il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakin, dei protettori delle dame e dei guardiani, per la forza e l'infallibilità del cambio dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano gli elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono degli esseri incarnati essere lesi di malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono degli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuti ai disturbi causati a 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakin, dei protettori dei Dham, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del cambio dei suoi risultati. Possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Leggiamo ancora una volta. Possono le malattie che caratterizzano i elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal cambio da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti dalle malattie, dai bhuti, degli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Akin, dei protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma. I suoi risultati possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Poi vorrei recitare anche la preghiera sempre di Thangtong Gyalpo che pacifica il pericolo delle armi, visto che abbiamo la situazione nel mondo che appunto delle guerre che si scatenano dappertutto e tanta gente che soffre per questo. Allora, umani per me, umani per me, umani per me. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittoriosa e agriva e rato, Tara completamente pura e così via. E solo sentire i vostri nomi santi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano. Tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possano aumentare felicità e buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura e ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi non abbandonino tutto il karma, d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra pura e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie e possano pacificare tutti i litigi, i combattimenti e godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti e avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura. Causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, dei rari sublimi. Possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ok, ora recitiamo le preghiere di dedica, quelle che consiglia Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Sancho Sancho Rinpoche, ma che pana che gyochi, ye panyampa, payangone gondu pewasho. Posso la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa effetto origine dipendente, sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono le malattie di esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. E poi ancora, per essere sempre usati degli esseri senzienti, queste sono le strade che sono prese dalla preziosa ghirlanda di Nagarjuna, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E poi ancora, per considerare gli esseri molto preziosi, nella breve meditazione sul Tonlen, possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Posso considerare ancora di più che di me stessa. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Poi ancora, possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Poi ancora, soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordandomi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente, possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti ad esistere alla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere alla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere alla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere alla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere alla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere alla mia parte. E poi per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama possiamo pensare anche alla lunga vita di tutti quanti i maestri che insegnano il sentiero infallibile per l'illuminazione. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonti di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'ete che adesso giogatore, che fondi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onore i tre supremi, salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego. Quindi così si conclude la nostra pratica per oggi. E la prossima sessione in italiano saranno, le prossime sessioni in italiano saranno alle 19 per un'ora con la venerabile Agatha, e poi vi ricordo che mercoledì continua il corso di Paula Chest sul demistificare il Tantra, che è molto interessante. Le persone che non l'hanno ancora seguito possono seguire questi insegnamenti sul canale FPMT, sul canale YouTube FPMT italiano, e sulla playlist Demistificare il Tantra. E quindi con questo io ho concluso e passo il testimone a Tenzin Gyatso. Hello, Tenzin Gyatso. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, you? Are you in India,
We're at
right?
India, Chenrezig Monastery.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything is okay there? Is it better situation?
It is quite a lot of people sick here.
Mm.
But it's getting a little better than it was before.
So they have medicine to cure.
We all have the vaccine, but it doesn't seem to be stopping the outbreak.
No, but the vaccine doesn't help.
But at least people
don't talk about that.
Yeah.
The vaccine is completely, No, I'm just saying that if I think there are medicine, that can heal, that are more effective than the vaccine. The vaccine is just like, okay, economic trip. I'm sorry. Yeah. So anyway, the border are open in India now. Is it possible to come to India, or is it closed?
I think so. Yes, it's possible to come if you can get a visa, but it's hard for some people to get visas. But the borders are open. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, dear. So I leave you to do the session, and take care.
Okay. Thank you.
Enjoy your session.
Thank you very much.
Ciao. Ciao. Ciao.
Okay. Ciao. Goodbye. Okay. So yes, welcome everybody. As you just heard, we're here at Sarah J Monastery. I'm at Sarah in my house. So yeah, to be more specific, as I was mentioning, we've had an outbreak at Sarah now for 4.5 months. I think maybe 300 monks have been sick. I really don't know. We don't know the numbers. But now at Sarah J anyway, it's actually gotten better. Now it started spreading at Sarah May almost as soon as Sarah J. There's two, if you know, there's two different colleges here, Sarah J and Sarah May. So is basically the same week that Sarah J finally had its last case, then it started spreading at Sarah May. Now there's maybe 30 cases there, I think. So we don't know what will happen, but we continue to do our best here. Mainly we just stay in our house. That's about all we can do. So yeah, I don't know about you, but personally, sometimes I feel a little disconnected from the rest of the world because we can't really do anything here about all of these sick people everywhere. And not just the sick people, that's actually probably less of a problem than all of the people who are struggling. And we just see our local people here in India who you can't, their ordinary employment is not functioning, all kinds of problems like that. So yeah, we feel a little bit like we can't do a whole lot. Personally, for me, at least I feel happy to be a monk, very happy to be, feel that I'm doing something positive with my time and with my energy, even though I'm not able at this point to directly, benefit any sick people. But every week that I come on here, I've been reciting some verses from Shantideva. It's helpful to do that. So that's I thought maybe this week, talking about the importance of controlling the mind, because ultimately this is the source of all the problems. I think especially if you can see that now in the world, if everybody could control their minds, it probably wouldn't be all that hard for us to stop this pandemic. The issue is, disagreements and people violating the recommendations, all of these things. Not to blame anybody, it's just a matter of this is how our minds are. We have a hard time, and so it continues to spread around. So yeah, a couple of verses that I would just like to recite. First, this is from chapter 5, Bodhisattva Charyavatara. What is it? Reshik Dambodendari Sem Dini Kyonche Sheche Ne Teze Pani Shing Shindu Sum Tum Pani Nepercha. So first of all, I should observe my mind. And then if I notice there's some fault in my mind, then like a piece of wood, or we could say like a tree, I should guard myself and stay and not moving. The idea here is that the first step is to stop non-virtue. You know, it's good to benefit of others, of course. This is the ultimate goal, but we first have to restrain ourselves from engaging in non-virtue. So at least if we can't help people directly, we at least can rejoice that we're doing our best not to harm anybody, which is definitely a major step. And then later Shantideva goes on to say, Semgi lampo nyampani chula sempikachana chita dapamit jorwa data pepakungi dak, which means, so this crazy elephant of the mind, just as I attach it to the stake of Dharma, stake, not the cow stake, but you know, the stake you put in the ground, the pole you put in the ground. If I tie my mind to that, then just as I have attached it, I should not release it and apply effort in all ways to examine it at all times. So we can think of, you know, the Dharma we have as stake, as something that is centering. And we can kind of use this, you know, if we feel like we're out of control and drifting around aimlessly or unable to control the mind. Here's something we can keep focused on, and then with that, keep our minds in control. And with that, then we can have some kind of basis for doing things that are beneficial, directly beneficial to others. So with that, maybe we can go on with the prayers here. So I think, you know, you all know the reason we're doing these. I don't need to go into the details of that. I'll share the screen here. So here we start with the motivation, and then we'll do the mantra of Avalokiteshvara. I'll do the long mantra once, and then we can do the short mantra together. So let's just, before we start the prayers, just sit quietly for a couple of minutes to become focused and present. Okay, let's begin. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clear of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings and mothers who are infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakayam. All sentient beings and mothers who are in infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakayam. Okay, so now we do the long mantra one time. Namo Narayaya Namaya Janam Zaigara Janam Buharajaya Dadagadayam Arhade Samyaksam Buddhaya Namazavatatagadevyahadevyam Zamyak Zamburevya Namaharya Valagiri Vuraya Bodhisattva Mahasattva Mahagavrinigayam Tayataham Dharadaharam Diri Diri Durudum Idehwate Jale Jale Prachale Prachale Guzumhe Guzumha Wahile Mene Zete Bahana Napana Yiswam Okay, so now the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butchering an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, with the power of the Dakinis, number protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and image, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of very happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and being endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, the power of the dakinis and our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, of the realms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that look a butcher lending and unable to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis and the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, of the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher lending and unable to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all sentient embodied beings be unharmed by 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of very happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and being now to long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, of the rahams of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher lending and unable to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels of the power of the dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, the dharmas, graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher lending and unable to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of her happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis, the protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions of the Dhammaggraha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, that is in place inside the mouth of the Yam, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels of the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions of the Dhammaggraha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May all whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher lending an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that in a place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interference. Oh, hello, sorry about that. As we get cut off sometimes here. So we'll continue. May all the diseases that sat in the minds, oh, I need to share the screen again, I think. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher lending an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that in places of the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 2,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May all whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body, mind, of every happiness, be totally pacified. The body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians. By the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do one more time. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher lending an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as a literal place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So next, we do the dedication prayers. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary, not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses, with the exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the force is the victorious one, Thangtong Gyalpo is my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives. May I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings with their like without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, may sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being is not liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all sentient suffering be instantly pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected on me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I am completely empty of existing from my own side, to the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and let all sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, of myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantra Bhatta as well. Fully dedicate all my roots of virtue. Dedication praise is the best. They all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times that did have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapas, we have Dharma declares. May all signs of obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times, myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who's masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Okay, thank you. And I think Venerable Sarah is here now.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Yes, I can hear you.
I actually just sent you a message. I just sent you a message. Yeah.
I'll check.
How's everything at Sarah?
Well, Sarah J is no more cases now, but now Sarah May has an outbreak.
Oh, gosh.
And so we'll just have to see what happens. I don't know.
And are you?
But I think maybe they have 30 cases or something.
30 cases. Oh my gosh.
That's just an estimate. I have no idea, but that's what it sounds like.
That's the other thing is you guys never ever know what's going on in the monastery. Difficult to get information.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult. Yeah, they seem to have a real feeling that they want to maintain the privacy, which is odd actually, because that's not usually their approach. But they're very hesitant to let us know who is sick and where, which actually makes it a little difficult because then you don't know, where you need to avoid going. But we just don't go out at all.
You don't. Somebody shops for you.
Well, the shops were closed for a while and now they're open again. So we're allowed to go to the shops. So we alternate once a week. We go, and then vegetables we get through our house groups.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's all going to go on much longer, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't see any real reason to think it'll stop anytime soon, unfortunately. We're all vaccinated
and
here.
Huh? You know what's really funny is, do you remember being up at on the mountain in Maritika?
Of course, yeah.
And you said to me, please explain exactly what's going on.
Okay, right, yeah, and when it's going to end,
it
right?
Will last. When it's going to end.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
well,
write
yeah,
it all very clearly.
No reference point at that time. Yeah.
I think I didn't reply to you. I think I just said, come down. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit hard to know at the time.
Yeah, we still don't know.
Yeah, who knows what will happen? Let's see.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I just want to
say
I love the quotes from Shantideva every week.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad. I wondered if people enjoyed that.
I tune in sometimes
I don't get
just for those quotes.
Okay.
Because I love the way you translate it. And I can see you've memorized it and the words come from your heart. And then you translate it. And it's always very tasty. Can see you've reflected on it.
Okay, oh, that's good. Thank you.
So I really, really enjoy that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good. Yeah. It took. I spent a long time working on that one.
Yeah, I hope you'll do more of that in the future.
What, memorizing or reciting it?
No, these things that you've memorized, then you translate them.
Oh.
But you've clearly thought about how to do it because you've memorized it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it kind of forces you to think about it. You have to keep your mind.
It's not like you're just looking at text and then translating. It's like it's in your mind stream and it's like a background tune that comes up again and again. And so when you translate it, you translate it with real feeling.
Yeah. I tend to keep this one. A lot of the things we memorize, you gradually forget, but this one I think I'll try to keep as long as I can.
Yeah, so I just want to give you feedback about that. It's really, really great.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's nice of you to say.
It's not an academic translation. It's not just looking at the text and translating. It's something that's coming from your heart.
Yeah. Thank you. How is things at Kopan? Is there still the outbreak there?
Well, you know, Joan is gone.
I heard her father was sick, right?
Her father had a heart attack, so she went back to help. Okay. Sorry, I am here. You can look at me. Yeah, here I am. Sorry, I realised you're just talking to prayer well. So she went back very quickly. But she had been planning to go back anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
And so she was the person I got information from. Huh?
Okay. Oh, we're hearing you double now, Sarah. You're coming into microphones.
So she was the one that I used to get information from.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
There you are.
So the last time that I heard, she left about a week or 10 days ago. And the last time I heard, they'd had a second outbreak.
Okay.
And then those people have gotten better, then other people have gotten sick. So it's just very similar to what's happening in Sarah. You have this kind of constant, like, you know, circling. And here in Nepal, things are very much like nothing's happening. You know, the stupa is open, the core is fully open, it's packed with people. Restaurants close a bit earlier, but, you know, life is just going on. And they're kind of keeping things at around 1,500 officially in terms of how many people are sick. And so until they get to a number of 4,000, they won't lock down again. And I think they're scared to lock down because the economic damage has been too great. So we've had a couple of people come. There's a Mongolian students who've just come and they're visiting Rinpoche. Singaporean students came.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's life is kind of normal here, actually.
Right.
We're just living with the virus.
Yeah, that seems to be what people are doing.
We're living with the virus, and we're living in an environment where people don't have money. You know, I'm the only person in the hotel now. We just don't have, you know, really? Economically, it's hit very heavily here. Yeah, no tourists and you know, lockdowns for months.
That's the main industry, I think, in Nepal, tourism.
Tourism and sending money from abroad, but a lot of the people who went abroad had to come back or couldn't work.
Right.
And then the main industry here is shopkeeping, and of course, you know, the day sales people, but they were locked down for so long, and many of those shops are selling things to tourists, you know. Statues, stupas. I mean, expensive goods people can't afford now. So that's very noticeable.
Yeah, I can't tell you about India. To be honest, I have not been in any towns since I've been back. I don't know what's going on outside.
You're kind of in a bubble.
Yeah, it's like that.
It's very hard if you can't. I mean, it's okay for a while, but after some time, you know, you'll want to be back debating again and doing things again.
Well, Rinpoche, you know, Phuntsog Rinpoche, he had his Rikchong. So they did have the Rikchong ceremony just last week. So that was the first time I'd gone to anything. Yeah, they consider that very, very high priority. So even though they're weren't allowed to go to the shops, but we had Rikchong.
And how did it go?
But it was nice.
Okay.
It went well, but it was, you know, it's hard because the people doing the Rikchong haven't debated in 2 years. So you're supposed to be very prepared, but it's very hard to prepare when you can't debate. You know, so you can see it's taking its toll in the monastery.
It's very difficult. Yeah, in Kopan now the pujas, I mean, like somebody said to me, "Oh, don't you go up for Lama Zopa?" And I said, "Well, I'm not even sure Rinpoche goes to Lama Zopa. You know, they have a few selected monks who do the pujas. They don't have these big gatherings anymore."
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happens at the Sojong, but you know, there's Yane right now anyway.
Yeah.
But they don't have big gatherings. So even the main pujas, it's not like everybody gathers. I think there's selected monks who are chosen.
That's what happened here.
Different.
For the Rikchong, we had 4 days of Rikchong, and so each of us went to 1 day. So one quarter of us were there each day. now we have Gayed, the end of the range retreat. So I think we go up there and face masks.
It's coming on Monday, right?
Yeah, so we just, we go one at a
That's
time.
on Monday,
face
isn't
mask
it?
and take
Yeah.
Take the Jinlok, the end of the retreat.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I mean, I just go back to what I said at the very beginning. Remember when you sent me that message and you said, explain very clearly what's happening and write it all down. And I was like, just come down and we'll talk about it. We still don't know. We don't see an end.
Yeah. Who knows?
None of us could have guessed this.
Yeah, I don't think any of us guessed this. I mean, when I came down, Namjung said to me, I think we'll be able to go back next month. And yeah, that seemed reasonable. So
the wonderful thing is you're back.
Yeah. So
you're back at Sarah. You, Namjung, Lexog, you're all back.
Yeah, it's
right?
very good to be here.
Fantastic.
And I'm very, very fortunate that my visa does not expire. If my visa had expired this year or last year, it would have been very complicated, but I still have another year and a half on the visa.
Namjung had to go back. Well, yeah, so anyway, so that's having you guys there is very, very important for all of us.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'll leave it there, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
And keep doing
you.
the Sanchanta Deva quotes.
Okay, yeah. I'll do my best. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Take care.
Okay, thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, here I am, and it's not nighttime, and I'm not right in front of the stupa. That's just a backdrop. But I am in Bodha, and the stupa is very near, very close. I didn't go today. Sometimes I have been, but I didn't go today because it's Saturday, and it's very, very packed. So this time of day. So it's a little bit would be a bit difficult. What I plan to do is mainly just focus on the practice and reciting many Om Mani Padme Hum and turning the prayer wheel. So I don't know about everybody there, but let me just turn myself off. Yeah, I don't know about everybody there, but I mean, to me, it has been so incredibly valuable to be able to follow as best I could Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's teachings during this pandemic, and the wisdom that Rinpoche has given us. I mean, deceptively simple, so profound, so incredible, in just keeping us right there with the real meaning of the Dharma all the time. And one thing that particularly sticks out for me is this, I think of just a few episodes ago, I'll say episodes ago, and she talked about a prediction by Bronzom, I've forgotten the name. I've just forgotten the name temporarily, from the Dat, the great translator, who said that there will come a time when there is sickness everywhere in the world. Degenerate times, and there will come a time when there's not just one sickness, but there are many sicknesses, and those sicknesses are everywhere. And there will come a time when there is not just one or two wars, but there is fighting everywhere. And there will come a time when there is famine everywhere. There will come a time when, I don't think he said this, but I think we can see from global warming that there will come a time when there's extreme weather conditions everywhere. So we see in America the floods, in India the floods, in Nepal the floods, but then at the same country we see the fires that have become fires that used to be once in a century are now normal, and they're becoming almost impossible to deal with. Like, they can't even get enough firefighters, and they don't even have the equipment to put these fires out. And this is the new normal. And then floods.
which if you saw the pictures, the flooding, the flash flooding that we couldn't even imagine. You know, so many people dying, trapped in the car, trapped in their houses, trapped in subways. Suddenly, busy expressways are completely flooded with water. So this is all predicted, and then of course the dangers of the fire, water, earthquakes, landslides. We've had many of those this year in Nepal. And then wars. I mean, we've seen what's happening in Afghanistan, and then of course wrong views getting stronger and stronger. More and more people becoming polarized because they're so attached to their own views, and that view might be extreme in one direction or another direction, but they can't listen to logical reasoning. So we're just watching this process of degeneration, which seems to be becoming stronger all the time with each year. And the most amazing thing is we have the Dharma, and we have not just the Dharma teachings in books. We have these incredible gurus who embody every meaning and every word of the Dharma. These incredible enlightened beings who are guiding us. So that is breathtaking. It's just unimaginable. And the reason I'm just saying that at the very beginning is because yes, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche told us, asked us, the Sangha, to recite these prayers as prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo for the prayerathon, for the sickness, for the virus. But as we can see, as the time progresses, it almost seems like the virus is getting dwarfed by other problems like wars and fires and floods and economic difficulties. So clearly the portfolio, the agenda has to be much greater than that. And this is just a taste of what's to come. And then of course, this is nothing compared to other realms, the numberless realms when beings are suffering. If we ever thought how could it be possible that these realms exist, we'll just look now. And if you ever wondered about the freedoms of the precious human rebirth and thought, oh, well, is that really such a big thing? Just look how many countries now where there is no freedom of religion, there's no freedom to choose, there's no freedom to think what you want to think. So the world's, the authoritarianism and the restrictiveness that's happening, and we have this freedom to study and to practice and to use logic and reasoning and choose what we want to do. So it's just so incredibly precious. I mean, mind-blowingly precious. Okay, that's just my thoughts before I start, and then I'm going to read the motivation. And then I'll get on to the prayer. And while I'm doing all this, and I'm turning the prayer wheel, so that's more than 2 trillion Om. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma scriptures and realizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy Gurus, Ghost Refuge. Please, Gurus, bless our mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve the state of Buddhahood, please bless me just like the disciples Chenrezig and Thangtong Gyalpo, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and pure action, to see whatever is done by the Guru is pure, and to accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses that I've received is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and result are so profound, and the suffering of the evil gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear, and to therefore go for refuge in the depths of my heart to the three rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue according to the Dhamma. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve merely the higher rebirth of a deva or human, I'll have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned, disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well upon the way of cycling in samsara, please bless me to follow continuously day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve mere liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being of the six types who's not being my father and mother, and thinking I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana. Generate the precious thought of enlightenment by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and bodhisattvas by practicing the 6 parameters and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time would not upset me. Please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings by protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life. May I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. I give up my body, enjoyments and wealth, and even all virtues of the 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it is best to now give it away to sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them. Why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the four great elements, earth, and so on, and like space, may I always be the means of living in many ways for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause of their means of living in every way, until they all attain the solar state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long as I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. So then you can visualize your sentient beings around that. But anyway, whether you visualize them around you or not, they're all around you. Numberless sentient beings are always around us all the time. Numberless sentient beings in all 6 realms. And then imagine they're all experiencing the various different types of suffering in the 6 realms, but they're all in human form and they're all asking for help. They all need help. No, there is no end to the different types of suffering in samsara. It simply doesn't finish. It's like you fix one problem, there's another problem, there's another problem, and there's not a moment that we ever have a holiday from the sufferings of samsara, not a moment. Sometimes it might seem like that, but then generally that's times when we're experiencing suffering of change. We just don't realize. So all these numberless sentient beings, there's not one that doesn't need help. There's not one that doesn't need help, and the help that they need is just so much. Beginning with the basic things, having enough food, having if you think in terms of humans or animals, having enough food, having shelter, being protected. But then if you think in terms of the 6 realms, the suffering is just unimaginable. I mean, just to have a cease in the gross suffering. There are countless beings who just don't even get a moment's break from gross suffering, or who are trapped in situations which just simply don't have an ending other than increasing or continuing suffering. And even in the human realm, it can feel like that, it can be like that, and seem like that. There's so many living with physical pain and emotional pain right now. And of course, many people still with the virus experiencing that suffering, and many people grieving due to having lost people from the virus. Many people struggling with consequences from the virus. Many people struggling from trying to take care of people who have virus. Yeah. So then imagine that there is a refuge, as we know there truly is a refuge, and that refuge is in the enlightened holy mind of all the Buddhas, which we also can achieve, and think that that's taking the form of Chenrezig, very radiant. So Chenrezig can appear in this many different forms actually as a deity. There are also Chenrezig's holy body, spiritual mind that could appear in the form of a mantra. So Om Mani Padme Hum is a manifestation of Chenrezig. So now all sentient beings taking refuge and then reciting the mantra. And think that we're leading them to do that. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space. Go for refuge in precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge in Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the 70 Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, with infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge in Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the 70 Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge in Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the 70 Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So as we said, Om Mani Padme Hum, then there's more than 2 trillion mantra in this prayer wheel, and also holding a prayer wheel, turning that. I think that all the prayer wheels in the world are spinning, and inside of these prayer wheels, each Om Mani Padme Hum syllable is making its own sound, and each one is radiating light like a magnet, sucks back all the sufferings, causes of suffering, spirit harm, sicknesses, all get sucked back into the Om Mani Padme Hum, all absorbs into emptiness, and then all transforms into the qualities of Chenrezig's holy body, speech and mind, is all completely purified. And then from the Om Mani Padme Hum, numberless light rays going out to all sentient beings, purifying them, transforming them into Chenrezig, and they all recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani bebe umu 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 mani bebe Umari bebe, 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 umari bebe. Mani bebe, umari 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 bebe. Mani bebe, umari bebe, umari bebe, umari bebe, umari bebe, umari bebe, umari. Mani bebe, umari bebe. Mani bebe, umumani bebe, umumani bebe, umumani bebe, umumani bebe, umumani bebe, umumani bebe. Mani bebe, umumani 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 bebe. Mani bebe, umumani 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 bebe. Umani bebe, 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 umani. Umani bebe, 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 umani bebe. Umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani. Umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe. Mani Bebe Om, 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 Mani Bebe Om. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om. Whatever sufferings arise from life and diseases that are capitulating an animal to be sorted, separate the body from the mind, and admit instant not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Bebe Om. Mani Bebe Om, 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 Mani Bebe Om. Whatever sufferings arise from life and diseases that are capitulating an animal to be sorted, separate the body from the mind, and admit instant not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om. Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe Om. Whatever sufferings are often nice and diseases like capitulating an animal to be sorted, separate the body from the mind and admit instant not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Bebe Om, 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 Mani Bebe Om. The all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. Om Mani Bebe Om, 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 Om Mani Bebe Om. The all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. Om Mani Bebe Om, 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 Om Mani Bebe Om. The all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om. Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, and harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om. Mani Bebe Om, Om 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 Mani Bebe. The all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits, and harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om. Om Mani Bebe Om, 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 Om Mani Bebe. The all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of independent 60 harm suddenly the 400 Bebe Om, Om Mani 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 Bebe Om. Om Mani Bebe Om, 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 Om Mani Bebe Om. Whomever, whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om. Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Om Mani Bebe Om, Mani Bebe, Mani Bebe, Mani Bebe, Mani Bebe, Mani Bebe, Mani Bebe, Mani Bebe. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Bebe, 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 Om Mani Bebe. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Bebe, 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 Om Mani Bebe. Om Mani Bebe, 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 Om Mani Bebe. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, Dhammadas and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of calmness results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe. Om Mani Bebe, 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 Om Mani Bebe. By the power of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dhammadas and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of calmness results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Bebe, 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 Om Mani Bebe. Om Mani Bebe, 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 Om Mani Bebe. By the power of the compassion and of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dhammadas and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of calmness results, all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe. Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe. Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe. Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om Mani Bebe, Om. Jaju Sanjura Machi Magi Banangi Gichiki Banya Pame Banya Kone Gonduga Voisho. Jijo Sujana screen by myself, all the time listening beings. Which you completely, and all the Buddhas, now which you completely empties the similar own side, and the I, which is completely empties the similar own side, which is state of full enlightenment, which is completely empties the similar own side, lead all kind of sensitive beings to the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empties the similar own side by myself alone, which completely empties the similar own side. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world, the incomparable, kind Tenzin Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Through illuminating all your appearance dispels the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma, the power of the remedy to 84,000 delusions. You're proclaiming dependent arising yourself as victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind great Vajradhara on the crown, clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teachings of the Muni. You spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they've not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you've had hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization, perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing love and compassion, who liberates from seeing. Treasure of mastery, all arising, interpretive and definitive scriptures, supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects from the fears of the 3 times Aryatara, please increase the lifespans and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dhamma, and always without separation, develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of the 3 roots. May all be auspicious. So, deities quote this Mahatma method of the Gurus, pandemic or wars, sicknesses, economic troubles, and difficulties to come to an end. Sangha to be harmonious and increase, all their studies to be successful, and also the centers, activities to flourish and be successful, the students, all sentient beings be free from suffering and have loving happiness, all holy wishes of the gurus be fulfilled instantly. And thank you very much, Chenrezig. And oh, look, hi Anila. Hi Anila.
Good evening, Venerable Sarah. So nice to see you.
Yeah, great to see you. Thank you so much for moving a little bit. So I got an hour to kind of waffle and do mantras.
My pleasure.
I'm kind of feeling a bit addicted now. Like I don't want to stop turning the prayer wheels.
You go right ahead. Yeah. All right. And good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone who may be on the line with us at the moment. I'm Chenrezig Young. I'm in New York City, where we just had big floods and you know, so much going on in the world, whether it's fires, floods, the pandemic that continues and spreads, illnesses, sicknesses of all kinds. May there be healing. So grateful to be part of this prayer group that is making prayers on behalf of all sentient beings. All sentient beings. And so to begin with motivation, further motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll recite the Mani Mantra for just a couple of minutes. And we've got the beautiful prayer wheel in the background. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. And now we will do a moment prayer Join me in by Thangtong Gyalpo, a direct meditation on the graduated path containing all the important meanings, essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture realization, principle of all the arts and semi virtues in the various holy gurus that keep refuge. Please bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles until I achieve Buddhahood. Please bless me to be like you for my son and Bodhisattva always praying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and results are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three ways of divine one, to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon God. Even if I achieve the mere hairy birth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering and the feeling samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of suffering and samsara, and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, principal methods for becoming free of Dharma. Of becoming free of samsara, in order to be further in the Dharma. To continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon God, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sense in being of the six types who has not been my father and mother. Please bless me to think I must fulfill that purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. And please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conquerors, sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be obsessed if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. Therefore, please bless me to defend engage with extraordinary and bearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajra and the teachings. And please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regards to the aspect of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessing in my heart. magnificent and persistent Lord, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart, guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realization of your holy body, speech, and mind. And from Kadampa, Kyabje Lama Zopa speech, this is about transformation, one verse. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than wish fulfilling jewels, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Ayatollah prayer and from these stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And some verses from Santiago's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant. May I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they attain solid state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel sufferings of transmigratory beings. And now we'll move on to the prayer, the much suffered speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading in the glorious Sakya monastery from one person to another. In Tibet, this is whatever the mantric masters tried, Red Crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Master, the Thangtong Gyalpo, performed a space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed the following prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independent upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Bible speech, radiating message of clouds of blessing, entitled Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And beginning the prayer now. We do this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that flood the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of vile spirits, illnesses, and the pitchas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to slaughter, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the Lord of death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll do the beautiful prayer a second time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, and by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll do this prayer one more time, third time. May all the diseases that set the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And the sounds of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll move on to another prayer that is attributed to also Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one called A Quest to Pacify the Fear of Famine. And from the backstory of Alafan, in Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Master of Thangtong Gyalpo offered a alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche and Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Aya Abo to the star, bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Ajah speech also liberates all sentient beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, protective Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksa Lost gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectors, living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, graves, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grain from crops, harvest, and so forth, ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties with the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. For the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll move on to some dedication verses. First, to actualize Bodhicitta. May the precious supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, ever occur again. And to meet a perfect meaning in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the ground and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Bhagavad. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious one. And some verses from Nevertheless Jewel Garland. Like the earth, fire, water, and wind, medicines and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all their virtue, all my virtue ripen upon them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve the highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manji 3 who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised at the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and wish granting this fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sudu's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live on. And now, got a little bit of time, we'll recite Shanti David's prayer extracted from chapter 10 on the Bodhisattva's way of life. It's one of Dalai Lama's favorite prayers. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merit. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Now we'll close our prayers during this session, sealing the merits of our practice with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existence from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, I myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And I give great thanks to Chenrezig Institute for managing our prayers during this 24 hours. And I turn over the session. Thank you very much.
Greetings. Sorry, I've got a very bad cold. Thank you for joining. Lovely to see you, Venerable Palyang and Will. And thank you to Chenrezig Institute for hosting everything, for helping us with all of this. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to get started. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. I hope you're all well. Here we go. Let's just take a moment to set our motivation, to consider with blessings from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, how we can really disseminate these prayers to the planet and also protect ourselves from COVID, other imbalances, body and mind, and really, really help the planet and all these beings. And part of it is, can we invest this in our own practice that will help us quickly get enlightened? Then we can perfectly help all living beings. So with that in mind, that purpose, welcome everyone, Mary, Patty. With that purpose, let's do these practices. In 1 second. Here's the Vajra armor practice. Visualizing in the space in front of you, this blue-black Vajrapani, an emanation of the Buddha of, this is skillful means or power, divine power. He's a few feet in front of you, about 6 inches high, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. And imagine that from all the pores of his body come different light rays and different signs of purification, like the Garuda over top here, and iron pigs, black scorpions, all come out of his body to the whole planet, cleansing the planet of COVID. And those light rays come over to you, entering your forehead, your throat, your heart, purifying you of any illnesses and any imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bema shavari pe, nemba jig nagen and hayata. Sarvabharita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshek nakene. Tayata sarvabharita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshek nakene. Tayata sarvabharita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshek Naganendaya dasarva vedita hana hana vajrina reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshik naganendaya da sarva vedita hana hana vajrina reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshik naganendaya da sarva vedita hana hana vajrina reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshik naganendaya da sarvavadita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshik naganendaya da sarvavadita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembarshik naganendaya da sarvavadita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you could put your hand across your mouth as we've just blessed our speech with this incredibly powerful mantra. Imagine as you exhale, the purification continues by the air going up your nose. Just feel that additional purification. If you have something to drink, you could blow on the surface a few times, taking a few sips, and again, feeling that additional purification. Imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. And from that wisdom, over top your crown arises Black Manjushri. He's about 6 inches in height, facing the same direction as you. This emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom purifies disease. So similar visualization as we recite his mantra of the light rays pouring out of all the pores of his body, purifying the entire planet, coming down through your crown, purifying you of any imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo la chokala ja kam jam jam bebe soha. Tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo la chokala ja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo la chokala ja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om dazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om dazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om dazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om dazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo der tazo der miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. So just imagine the black manjushri over top your crown slowly dissolves from the edges of that visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light. Imagine that drop melts into your crown, not only continuing the purification, but please feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. Excuse me. I just have a bad cold. I'm fine. Just a cold. Okay. Prayer liberating Sakya from disease. From Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Let's recite Om Mani Padme Hum as we gaze upon this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Pacifying the danger of weapons. We can particularly direct this to all the violent places on the planet, whether it's our inner cities, whether it's Afghanistan, North Korea, or different places where violence is an issue. Let's please recite this prayer. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassion, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Excuse me. Request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Idams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of loving compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Let's bring Aryatara here to bless our mind with His Holiness. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Our dedication prayers. And really investing whatever positive energy, whatever merit we've created, let's send it out to all the beings of the planet to be healed instantly, especially from COVID or other illnesses. For those who have passed away in the last 49 days, may they immediately take a precious human rebirth, get enlightened, and benefit all living beings. For the success and flourishing of our practices, for peace on the planet. Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ge Gyurchik, Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Pelwar Shok. For Alan Glick, who has passed away recently. For the healing of Kathleen Rafa, Jean McGarvey, Trish Flaherty, Norma Harris, Debbie Warner, Vanessa Hardy, Ross Lasley, Geshe Tenley, Jody Galt, Joanne Lemson, Venerable Pelyang, Lizzie, and family. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. This precious dedication with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best, while the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I want to thank you so much for joining. And next week is going to be my last week at this time slot. So I just wanted to remind all of you, I will continue again, but I will be at the same time slot for 1 more week like that. So I really appreciate all of you joining. Thank you so much. No, I did not float away in the floods of Philadelphia. It was pretty intense here, but fortunately our house is in good shape. I wish you a good rest of your weekend. Welcome, Venerable Tendrin, lovely to see you.
Good to see you. Glad you're okay and safe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please be well, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Venerable Pelyang, are you doing okay?
Thank you so much. I'm very well. Yes,
Excellent.
Feeling so well. Thank you. So good to be here.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, let's refresh our visualization of being surrounded by all sentient beings. So here we are sitting, and to our left is our mother of this life, to our right, the father of this life, all their loved ones, our partners, our children, our siblings, all their loved ones sitting close behind us, our friends, our Dharma community, all the people of our life, those who help us every day, are those whose work provides us with all the things that we use every day, including the food that we eat. Imagine that all these people are sitting here with us, and all our beloved pets are here in the form of humans. And all the people we're concerned for, particularly, whether that's whatever issues they have, physical, mental, living near wildfires, having destructions from the storms or floods, or living in war zones. Imagine for this moment, they're sitting here with us in this peaceful, good condition. And all the strangers of this life, all those beings that we have difficulty with, all here in the form of humans. Any beings that we're frightened of, like alligators or snakes, are here in the form of humans. All the people we disagree with, all sentient beings. Sitting with us, opening our hearts to the suffering of all beings. Really wishing them all to be free of suffering, free of the causes of suffering. Having happiness and the causes of happiness. And just think we're doing these prayers, we were reciting the mantras on their behalf. Engaging in the enlightened activities of all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, who are always ready to help us the moment the causes and conditions arise. And imagine in the space in front of us is a large jeweled throne, supported by 8 great lions. Right. I don't seem to have the ability to share my screen. Never mind. So there's this large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, the space in front. On top of this sits the essence of all of our root gurus, and the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a eukanisha on the top of his head. His one face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are all the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits Dharma text in the form of light. Feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, enlightened beings, all who understand and accept us just as we are, and who strongly wishes to help us to reach the state. In fact, they go beyond wishes. They're helping us in every moment to reach the state beyond sorrow. And at this time, we've received this perfect human rebirth with really good conditions, and we're using them in a meaningful way by trying to fulfill the advice of our teachers, by wanting to benefit all suffering sentient beings, by generating the wish to become enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings. So we'll recite the refuge prayer, the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, our Buddha potential. So now the refuge field in front of us dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to the crown of our heads, dissolving into light, purifying all the causes of our suffering. This white light entering through the crown of our heads. The golden light pours in through the crown of our heads, filling us with all the causes of happiness. Everything that we need to accomplish all of our temporal and ultimate aims. Now in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises, who has a radiant body. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, decorated with magnificent jewels. And while we recite the mantra of great compassion, really try to visualize rays of light coming from Chenrezig's heart, entering our bodies, entering the bodies of all the sentient beings around us. And really strengthen your visualization of these sentient beings. And like keep in your hearts all the people suffering from this coronavirus, or fearful due to this coronavirus, fearful for their loved ones. All those who are just in despair from their isolation and loneliness. All those who despair because they can't find what they need to help their loved ones. And all those who've asked you to pray for them. Everyone that you're particularly worried for. Hold them in your heart and imagine them receiving all this enlightened energy from Chenrezig. So we'll recite this mantra for about 5 minutes and really feel wonderful that we have this opportunity to practice in this way, fulfilling the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, really trying to manifest activity that's in line with our desire to benefit all sentient beings, that hooks the activity of Chenrezig. It's really wonderful. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. So now let's recite the prayer 3 times. And again, refresh that sense of being surrounded by all sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis and dharma protectors and guardians, And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll continue with the request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Idams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha, wealth gods, the Lord of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of those protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. And then the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye, looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who were born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So now picture thousand-armed Chenrezig dissolving into light, absorbing into each and every sentient being, including ourselves, blessing our body, speech, and mind, his holy body, speech, and mind. And now we're, again, rejoice in our activity this morning and what we can dedicate to the quick recovery of all sentient beings who are ill, suffering, for all the ways in which we are harmed in samsara. May we only create the causes of happiness in the future until there are no suffering sentient beings whatsoever. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious Gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Now remembering that all of our activities are empty. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. So try to imagine that all of our holy teachers, gurus, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are extremely pleased with us. And we're offering this, our practice, to our teachers with the wish that they have long, long, happy, healthy lives and continue to teach us. For His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, long, happy, healthy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so we can recite some Tara mantras, waiting for Venerable Rabina. Om tar tu tar tur soha, 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 tar tu soha, tar tu tar tur soha, tar tu tar tur soha, tar tu tar tur Tartatar Tursoham Tartatar. Tartatar Tursoham Tartatar. Tartatar Tursoham Tartatar Tursoham Tartatar Tursoham. Here she comes.
I'm here.
Good morning, Venerable Verbena.
Darling nun, happy to see you. And keep moving on this amazing thing. Thank you, sweetheart. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody on the planet, wherever you are. And all the people on YouTube that we can't see each other, which is a great pity. But I'm glad you're there. Let me get organized. I'm always last minute. Listen, my computer's behaving a bit weird lately, so we might get cut off. And then I'm going to have to use my iPad. So just keep meditating if I disappear, okay? Okay, darling ones. So here we are, doing this ridiculously marvelous thing. This is more than a year now. It must be about our, I don't know, getting on for the 60th event. And as Lama Zopa says, we're going to be doing this until COVID-19 finishes. So, I mean, it's very easily, we will die first. So we're in for the long haul, people. I've got it in my Saturdays, like permanent. 7 o'clock in the morning in Santa Fe on Saturdays is my permanent schedule. So what are we doing? We're imagining Buddha, who's already existing. If we understand what a Buddha is, the mind, when it's fully developed, that's Buddha. And we've all got that potential because minds never begin and never end. And when they fully develop, they pervade the universe. They see that which exists. They have infinite compassion. And then out of kindness, because we can't communicate with that mind, you know, they manifest in bodies. So we can then communicate. And so this type of body is a more subtle one. This is from the Vajrayana. These more subtle light bodies, the bodhisattva style, they call it, not like the monk behind me, you know. That's Shakyamuni Buddha 2,500 years ago in a human form. This is a more subtle light body, which actually the great bodhisattva meditators can see it in there with their subtle mind, you know. When we're advanced, we'll be like that. So what we do here is we imagine having confidence in the presence of the Buddha, if we understand the Buddha's teachings. So it's the Buddha of compassion. And it's a peaceful aspect. There are all kinds, there are wrathful, peaceful, all kinds of Buddhas who benefit all kinds of sentient beings. Some people can't be benefited by peaceful Buddhas. You know, we're too thick-headed. So we need knocking around by the wrathful Buddhas. Well, there are even wrathful aspects of Chenrezig. He's the Buddha of compassion. But this one is peaceful, sweet, won't upset you, you know, make you feel calm. He's white. Imagine him now in the sky in front. Imagine the front in the sky. Beautiful, radiant, white light body sitting on a multicolored lotus. On the lotus, you think of it as a sun disk and a moon disk, which represent wisdom and compassion. And it's like in the body, they call it the bodhisattva style. You know, it's based on it's Indian. The Tibetans have got their own way of depicting it. But it's based on the kind of royal or aristocratic kind of style, these gorgeous looking, beautiful silken clothes and decorated jewels and hair held up on a top knot, diamond kind of tiara. And I know sort of a kind of a tiara on the front of the head. If you see the statues and pictures, you see it. So we can just do our best to imagine the presence in front of us of this enlightened mind manifesting as this peaceful Buddha of compassion. Lama Zopa calls compassionate eyed one. And his job is to benefit sentient beings. That's what the Buddha. That's why we become Buddha, to benefit others. They have the compassion to want to do so, the wisdom to know how, and the 3 essential qualities. Now add to that, if we have a spiritual teacher, a guru, a lama, a spiritual mentor, these are all meaning the same thing. Person we have chosen in a human form who is Buddha for us. You know, as Lama Yeshe said, Buddha's not here, Buddha's dead. And then 4 Noble Truths won't become real for us until we hear it from somebody's mouth. This is how we are. We need the human connection. So that's what Shakyamuni Buddha was at the time, you know. He was this human manifestation of Buddha to benefit others. So if we have a spiritual teacher, we think it is Chenrezig. We think their mind is Chenrezig. It is our Lama manifesting as Chenrezig to benefit me and all sentient beings. I mean, it makes it personal. It opens the heart, you know. So he's got his full lotus position, sitting with his left leg and right leg in front of the left. He's got 4 hands. The first 2 holding a wish fulfilling jewel, they call it. Once upon a time, there used to be something like that, apparently. The other two hands held aloft. The right is holding a mala, crystal rosary. The left, a lotus, a white lotus. And over his right shoulder, I think there's an antelope skin, which indicates his peaceful nature. Everything's radiant light, make your mind happy. Then at his brow, there's a white Om. At his throat, a red R. See the Roman letters, of course, if you don't know Sanskrit or Tibetan. At his heart chakra in the center is a blue Hung. So now imagine that light goes out, blue beams of light go out to all the 10 directions. They talk about the 10 directions. North, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and top, up and down. That's 10. And hooks the energy of all the actual Chenrezigs in their abodes in the universe. Hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs, and the energy of their body, speech, and mind comes back and absorbs with this light into the Hung in our visualization, making it radiant and powerful, and now the manifestation of all the Chenrezigs. Zahong Bam Ho. Now they become non-dual. Imagine. So now we visualize sentient beings. All the sentient beings of the universe in all the realms of existence. There are trillions upon countless trillions, according to the Buddha. But we see them all in the form of human, which is the form they can get enlightened in. And we see them all in divided into these 3 categories. So helpful. All those who are the object of our attachment, our beloveds, a few of those to the left, in front. Then the objects of your aversion, we'll call them enemies, although we mightn't use that word, but the ones we don't like, the ones who don't do what our attachment wants, the ones who've harmed us, hurt us, or whose ideas we don't like, or whom we just don't like. Lots of them, objects of our aversion, right in front. And then to the right, everybody else, and that's the strangers, the objects of our indifference. There are those who do what our attachment wants, and we call them friends. There are those who don't, and we call them enemies, and then the rest we don't care because they do neither. They neither help or no harm. The whole universe full, and all the strangers to the right, in front as far as the horizon goes, above, to the right, to the left, behind and below. The whole universe full. These trillions of sentient beings in the form of humans. So with the thought that they all want to be happy, equally, and they all don't want to suffer. I mean, we can look at this, but Buddha's identified this. He didn't make it up. Have a look though, check. Everybody's driven by the wish to have happy feelings and not have suffering feelings. The wish to have happy environment and not have a suffering one. It's kind of evident. Ants and dogs, monkeys, humans, it's evident if you look. This is something primordially natural. So almost we could take this as a basis. The Buddhist approach to developing bodhicitta and compassion is this as a basis. Everybody wants to be happy. Nobody wants to suffer. But to first see that, and then we have to develop the will and the wish to want them to be happy and want them not to suffer. That's love and compassion. That's what it means. And then we have such compassion because everybody wants to be happy but uses the wrong methods. Everybody wants not to suffer. You know, we do everything on the basis of this, and then we end up doing the wrong things because we have a wrong analysis. We don't know what the cause of happiness is. We don't know what the cause of suffering is. So we keep creating more of it. This is the main reason to have compassion for sentient beings. This ignorance of cause and effect, you know. So now we all together take refuge. Say this prayer together, imagining all these sentient beings joining us. Haven't memorized it still. It's so shocking, isn't it? 1 year of saying it and still don't know it. That's one of the things that Lama Zopa is very sad about the modern people, that we don't memorize things, you know. Tibetans have all the text in their mind, like their own walking computers. Still, I think. I remember one of Lama Zopa's teachers, Lama Yeshe's teachers, he told me when he was a little boy, he was at Kopan, that as a little boy, he was reciting his prayers and texts in his sleep, because he memorized, brought from his past life. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? We memorize lots of things. We've memorized anger and attachment and jealousy and attachment to food and all those things. We memorize those, that's for sure. Anyway, here we go. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon, I like to say that, that's the meaning of refuge. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the actual enlightened mind, unmanifest, all-knowing, all-pervasive, all-clear, all-blissful, all-compassionate. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge. Rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we can say the mantra a few times. We'll sing it a bit and say it a bit. And as we say it, the main purification we're trying to do is the one of sickness, particularly COVID-19, but in general sickness. And so we visualize from Lama Chenrezig's white Om, radiant laser beams of white light that go out, that go into the brows of every living being, above, below, behind, in front, everywhere, as well as ourselves. Totally purifying, first of all, totally purifying all the suffering of the bodies, all the sickness. And this is called environmental karma. There's 4 kinds of karma. It's the environmental karma of past killing, that we get sick, have all the pain and suffering and get sick. But we imagine purifying all of this, particularly COVID-19 and the new Delta variant, all these things all over the world, And we imagine purifying the causes of all the future suffering. We've got to purify the past causes before they ripen. And this is all the past killing. Sickness is the environmental result of past killing. All karmas have 4 results: the type of rebirth, tendency to do it, happening to you, and the environment. So here we do the one of environmental, which is sickness, and then purifying the causes so that all the future sickness doesn't happen. Strongly from our hearts, we want this, imagine this, these radiant white beams going out from Lama Chenrezig's brow. As we sing a mantra a few times and then say it silently, continuing to visualize. Excuse me. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So as we continue visualizing Lama Chenrezig, anyway, he's not stopping, but we imagine him not stopping, sending these radiant beams of light into the bowels of all the beings, taking away the suffering and the pain, and purifying the causes, all the future suffering and pain, as we say the prayer a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So if you haven't heard these things, all these different kinds of beings, this is the Buddhist view. There's so many other realms of existence, so many beings who aren't human, who cause problems. Just like humans cause problems, we've got karma with other beings who aren't human, and they cause problems. They cause us to be sick. They can make us crazy, all kinds. These graha spirits, bhutas, a whole bunch of them. This is what they say. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm. So karma is the main cause. Every single thing that ever happens, every millisecond of our experiences is the fruit of a seed planted in our mind in the past and then activated by conditions, just like a seed in the ground, the water, the soil, all the conditions, and they all come together, then the experience ripens. Such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas. They're some of the conditions that can activate. Like a person punching me in the nose is the activating condition for the seed of past karma to ripen as suffering, like that. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. And of course, happiness, the same. We forget about the happiness. That's the fruit of karma as well. All our goodness. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, and dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can, one more time, yes, continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig sending white light, purifying all the sickness. We again see this as we say the mantra. White beams of light from Lama Chenrezig's brow pouring into the brows of every single being, and all those with COVID-19 and everybody else with all the sickness, instantly annihilating the sickness from the body. Can you imagine the relief, the wishing to be free of this awful suffering? And then purifying also all the past causes of future suffering that haven't yet ripened. We're to put atomic bombs under those so that they don't ripen. Imagining this. And just remembering ourselves, you know, that just these thoughts of compassion, these thoughts of wanting others to be free of suffering, we can't even imagine ourselves the atomic bombs that puts onto our own suffering and our past suffering and our past causes. Just having the thought, may others not suffer, is a stupendous, powerful thought, you know, such purification of our own suffering, our own negativity, having a moment of compassion. So be delighted that we're doing this. As His Holiness says, and when I first heard the teachings of compassion, it was too much for me. I thought it was too high. And I heard His Holiness say, if you want to help others, practice compassion. If you want to help yourself, practice compassion. So it's like instant medicine, you know, for your own misery. And you're overwhelmed by your own suffering, thinking of yourself all day and night, so overwhelmed. Just think of others just for a second and wish others be happy, wish others be free from suffering. Just the thought is incredible, you know, especially doing something like this is even more amazing. So delightedly visualize Lama Chenrezig sending out these beams, purifying all the suffering beings of their suffering and purifying the causes past killing, the white going to the brow. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. A few more times, these aspirations. Prayers are aspirations. May this, may that, you know. Everything exists on the tip of the wish. That's the meaning of intention. There's a part of the mind, it's called intention, not like motivation. Every second it's there and it guides it's the first thing that occurs. If there's no intention, nothing happens. We don't notice it 90% of the time because we've programmed ourselves with us instinctive intentions, you know. This is conscious intention. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Dharma, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now let's purify the other karmic results and causes, which is your body, speech and mind. You know, we've got body, speech and mind. We do actions with body, speech and mind, so we experience the results of these with our body, speech and mind. And they all have all four results at different times. The main result of a negative of any karma is a type of rebirth, then the tendency to keep doing that action, then the experience of happening to you, and then the environmental result. All actions have these four. They mightn't all come at the same time. Our entire world, in other words, is created by our past actions. His Holiness calls karma self-creation. It's a very amazing idea. So this time we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending radiant beams of red light from his red eye at his throat that enter into the throats of every single being, including us, instantly purifying, this time, all the karmic results of negative speech. So we've got the four results. Environmental result, for example, of say, harsh speech is that, you know, nothing grows. It's like we live in a desert. You're born in a desert, you know. All the environmental results are all the fruit of our past actions, because mind affects the elements. The mind affects the elements, the internal elements and then the external. It's just the way it is. And then, so we visualize this so strongly and then especially purifying all the past causes, the negative actions of speech. Well, of course, that's when we're human mostly, isn't it? You know, all the harsh speech, bad mouthing behind backs, the rabbiting on about nothing, and the speech that isn't true, all these actions, purifying all of this, and the results for all sentient beings, full of this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine full of this red light, all the suffering purified. Imagine that. And the causes. So now imagine the mind, purifying the mind as well. The mind is the source of all of it. The delusions in the mind are the source of all the suffering. So if you cut the delusions, you cut suffering. It's clear. So this time Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending radiant blue beams from the blue hung at his heart that enter into our hearts and the hearts of every being in the universe, above, below, behind, in front, to the sides. purifying the root delusion, ego grasping, this root delusion that believes in the intrinsic me, or ignorance that believes in the intrinsic me and believes in intrinsic everything else. Of course, we don't know that. It's so primordial, we don't notice it. Even when we hear the words, we don't recognize it because it's so totally assumption in the mind. It's the source of everything, problems. And on the basis of that, there's attachment to get what that me wants. On the basis of that, there's aversion, anger, and all the dramas as a result of not getting what the attachment wants, and all the other suffering. All of this purified, can you imagine? Totally purified, full of this blissful blue light. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So we continue with our aspirations, our thoughts, our prayers, our intentions, our wishes. This time, this time, Dharma Chenrezig sending white light again to the body, purifying COVID-19 and all the sickness, and all the causes of all the future sickness before it all ripens. All the beings of the universe, from our hearts, these thoughts, written by this Thangtong Gyalpo, some Sakya Guru, Sakya Lama, yogi. Don't know when, that doesn't say when, but it feels like a while ago. Okay, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can do the meditation of receiving all the blessings. So we start with the first one, with the visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending the white beams again to the brow. But this time we're imagining that now all the suffering is purified. So now the karma is finished, then all the negative is purified, and then we now visualize full of this radiant white light, every being in the universe, their potential. First of all, the bodies that we've got right now, imagine that they can only be a benefit to others, not possible to harm. Can you even imagine this? Not possible. Whoever sees you, hears you, tastes you, smells you, touches you, can only be benefited by your presence, by your body. First of all, that is amazing. But not only that, imagine full of the marvelous potential when we're all Buddha to be able to manifest in countless bodies throughout countless universes for countless eons to benefit countless sentient beings. That's what Buddhas do, you know. So imagine all that amazing potential, full of this blissful, radiant white light, this potential, every living being, only able to benefit sentient beings with their bodies. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this white light, full of this amazing potential, the potential of every living being when we're Buddha. And even just now, this body we have now, only benefit whoever sees us, hears us, touches us. Now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately from his throat, from the red eye at his throat, radiant laser beams of red light that penetrate our throats and the throats of every being, in front, to the sides, behind, below, above, everywhere. This time, filling each one of us with the potential of the power of speech. That's what they call it, you know. When we're a Buddha, that's what we've got. And that's our main gift, speech. You know, you can look at a Buddha, very gorgeous for a long time, but if they don't open their mouth and give you advice, then what's the point? That's the power of speech. And even just in our ordinary lives, we need this. We need people to respect our speech. We need people to believe our words. We need people to do our wishes. And this comes from purifying negative speech. This comes from silence. This comes from not lying, not bad-mouthing behind backs, not abusing, and not just rabbiting on. That's what the power of speech comes from. That's the practice. So imagine every being full of this, the power of speech, this blissful red light, such that any sound we utter, even good morning, even our laugh, can only benefit whoever hears us. Can you imagine this? The main gift of the Buddha, speech, full of this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this red light, this potential, this power of speech to benefit sentient beings. I remember Lama Zopa saying one time that the act of generosity, you know, because one of the levels of generosity is speech, giving advice, spiritual advice. So he said, you know, the action of giving food to every suffering being on the planet, inconceivable virtue, inconceivable action of generosity. But one piece of advice, spiritual advice to one person could have more benefit, because that can help that person become enlightened, and then that can benefit countless others. So that's more powerful action of generosity. So remember that. Although we must do the first one. Said to be, giving the spiritual advice is said to be more difficult action of generosity than giving material things. But I think for us, it's the other way around. We love to give advice. We don't like giving $1. So we better practice the first one as well. So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his heart, the center of his chest, radiant blue beams of light like the sky, laser beams from the blue Hong that enter the hearts of every single being, including ourselves. This time, now the delusions are gone. We imagine we've done that. Now filling us with what's left. This is the point, we forget about that. What's left after the delusions have gone? Your virtues, what else? Love, wisdom, compassion, infinite, infinite. These are who we really are. These are our true nature. We completely forget this. The delusions so dominate us. They loom so large. We think that's who we are. We forget our virtues. This is our goodness, you know, our natural state. This is who we really are in the bones of our being. So imagine all this compassion, kindness, and empathy, and wisdom that sees things as they are. And along with this, the bonus called joy, happiness. This comes from virtue. Suffering comes from non-virtue. It's just the way it is. Full of this radiant blue light, this blue light, this goodness, this virtue, this wisdom, fully developed, every single living being. How amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now Lama Chenrezig, I'm running out of time, I always forget the time. Now Lama Chenrezig sends all three together. This time we become Chenrezig. Everybody becomes Chenrezig now. Imagine turning into Chenrezig. The white light to the brow, red light to the throat, blue light to the heart, all together, the three. Now we become Chenrezig, everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so happily comes and sits above everybody's crown. Trillions of Chenrezigs above everybody's crown and dissolves into every one of us. Imagine this. The energy of the body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, the energy of the body, speech, and mind of our Lama, and our own body, speech, and mind, everyone become one, become the same. Imagine this. And then we just think for the rest of the day, however much of the day left, we're going to use our body and our speech for the sake of others. That's what people see. So that's for their sake. But our mind, that's our business. We're going to watch it like a hawk, you know. So that in that way, making our life useful for ourselves and others. And we delight that this hour, half hour, as long as we've been together, all these thoughts we've had, all these seeds we've planted, so delight, be amazed and delighted. You know, may these seeds ripen exactly as we have visualized in the future when we become Buddha. Jang Trup Central Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ke Guchi Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yang, Gong Ne Gong Du Pava Shog. That's it. Thank you, dearest one, Venerable Carol in San Francisco.
Good morning, Venerable Rubina. Thank you. That was beautiful, as usual.
Thank you, darlings. Everybody, much love. Goodbye. Over to Venerable Carol.
Thank you, dear. Good morning, everyone. I just caught the end of it, but Venerable Rubina always gives such a beautiful session. So welcome to the next session. I'm Carol Champachutso. I am at Seychenling in the San Francisco Bay Area. I just want to thank everyone for being here, for participating, all the people who participate in all of these sessions, all of the Sangha who lead them, to Chenrezig Institute for keeping this going, to Venerable Damcho at Nalanda Institute for organizing everyone, and just many thanks, especially to IMI, to all of our precious holy teachers, especially Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who encouraged us to do this. So just starting out with a little bit of centering, breathing meditation, and maybe calling putting our minds on gratitude for a moment, just thinking about how fortunate we are. And it's something that Venerable Rubina said when she pointed out that, you know, this pure nature, this compassion that this is our heart nature, our true nature is without the delusions. It's clear, knowing, it's wise. And I think a thought came to me that we tend to gravitate to the opposite extreme. We always think of ourselves as lacking, you know, as being less than. But let's put that aside. Let's remember our true nature, rejoice in this potential that we have. You know, not that we're all loving and all compassionate all the time, but our minds are clear. They have this potential to be completely like Chenrezig, to have this heart of loving kindness and compassion. So just rejoicing in that. Just acknowledging that and allowing ourselves to rest in this thought for a moment. And then just remembering all the suffering that is going on in every moment, not only our own suffering, but the suffering of each and every sentient being. Just all you need to do is read the news to know there's tremendous amount of suffering all around the world, all kinds of suffering, not only from COVID, but from so many different causes. And remembering this true and this nature of ours, this clear and knowing, this Buddha nature, this nature that we all have. Just think, I really must attain enlightenment so that I can benefit every being, help them reach the same state, eliminate all the suffering. So just resting in that as our motivation. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm going to do this practice this next half hour. And I'm going keep this in my heart, this motivation of bodhicitta, so that it directs everything I do, everything I say, all my thoughts. So with this thought of bodhicitta, we'll begin with this motivation, which again, just brings into our hearts, our minds, this thought of compassion, of really wishing to attain the state of enlightenment, to live our lives in this way, not for ourselves only, but for every sentient being. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just resting in this refuge. Visualize yourself sitting in a meadow. It's a lovely green place with your friends and family to either side of you. And then in a circle, just imagine every sentient being, every being alive in human form, is seated in this circle, kind of going off to the horizon, just filled with beings. Everyone very comfortable, peaceful. There's just an air of harmony and caring. And imagine in the center of this circle is Chenrezig, this Buddha of compassion, beautifully white in color. Just standing above, maybe a little above our crowns, just looking lovingly at all the beings, really wanting to help them to eliminate their suffering. This is the nature of compassion, eliminating suffering, the wish to eliminate suffering. So as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, just imagine that we're seated there and that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body, entering your crown and the crown of each and every sentient being. And just imagine that we become filled with this white light, this energy basically of Chenrezig, this compassionate energy. So just completely transforming all the suffering, all the delusions, all the negativities into compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. And as we continue this recitation, let's call to mind first level. Let's think about the four opponent powers to purify all of these delusions, all of our negativities. So thinking first, we've taken refuge. So we've relied on our precious holy gurus, all of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Chenrezig, we've taken this strong refuge. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And then we can generate regret with regard to our negative actions, the tendency to satisfy the self-cherishing mind, to act selfishly, to just abandon our wisdom knowledge, our wisdom mind. So just thinking, generating this sense of regret, not guilt, not, any kind of, censuring ourselves, feeling low or lacking. Rather, it's like, imagine it's like you had accidentally taken poison, like you have this poison in your body, you want to get rid of it, you want to find the antidote. So it's that kind of regret. Okay. So just thinking in this way, because as Venerable Rabina mentioned, happiness, joy arises from virtue, and the suffering arises from all of our non-virtuous actions. So, why wouldn't we regret those non-virtuous actions? They just lead to suffering. So just thinking in this way, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme.